Oh y'all, I am here. Welcome in, Ichi. I'm glad you were here for the beginning section. I had to have the stream on standby for a little bit just to set up a little bit more, but yeah, should be basically ready to go now. At least I believe so. If we switch over here. Yeah, there I am. Okay. And I suppose, well, for one, I'm gonna turn this down a bit. So I can, okay, there we go. But yeah, so I should probably update the objective as well. So the current objective is to get item switching and stacking working. Welcome in, Lindsay-o. What engine am I coding in? I am currently working on this in Godot. Yes. I'm also realizing I forgot to do one thing in particular before starting stream. Bear with me for a second. Alright. Discord mobile is exploding. I'll have to join back when you get on PC. Yeah, that's entirely fine. If you have to head out for that or for any other reason, really, like, that's alright. I appreciate you just being here for the beginning anyway, so yeah. And welcome in, Anajinx. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I suppose I should give like a small update on what I've done. So most recently I was working on the ability to add items as well as being able to, or I guess add items like dynamically as well as being able to like switch items around a bit better. So you can see that I actually can like, you know, still pick up things. If I do this while I have another thing picked up, then, you know, it like fills the inventory in a different slot. It'll always fill up the, like, I guess the most, like, left to right most slot, I guess, or like the first slot that would occur from left to right. So like if I put this here, then it suddenly fills up this one instead. And like you can also add different items and it'll account for like filled in slots already. So yeah, currently the only problem with this though, how long have I been programming? Tough to put a number on it because like it depends what you count as programming, right? Because like when I was like 10 or like 11ish, like I used to use like Scratch. But like of course, I mean that's just kind of like block coding. I guess in terms of like programming, like more code wise or like more line by line, probably around like 5 or 6 years at this point. Probably closer to 6. In fact, it may even be closer to 7. I don't know, something like that. Um, I'm getting up there. Used Game Maker Studio and started in 5th grade as well. That's interesting because I'm actually coming from Game Maker myself. Yeah, I started Game Maker in 7th grade, personally. And thanks for the follow, by the way. If I didn't say that. But yeah, only problem with this system currently is that you can't actually switch items around directly, nor can you, like, stack them, so that's what I need to work on next. Like, no matter if I click on this or not, you can't stack those, you can't, like, switch around these. And I would like to be able to do that because that is convenience. So, in terms of how to do that, so I had to, in order to like fix some bugs, I ended up having to split this into like various states. I feel like that's kind of what we're gonna have to do to get switching working as well. I need to figure out exactly how. Um, so I guess it's sort of gonna have to be a thing of like, we may have to make like a new signal for this. If we go to Messenger, what's the theme of this game jam exactly? So this is a like an unofficial Hololive fan jam or like fan game jam. But the theme other than that is outcome. So for that, I'm working on sort of like a fishing crafting game. So yeah, that's basically what we're at. Although admittedly, I think I am kind of behind time overall, which I guess makes sense because, you know, I'm learning Gadur for the first time while doing that. So there's been a lot of struggles in that front. But, you know, I'm still hoping to get this done, like, somewhat in time. So I wonder, for replace item, we may have to do an additional thing here where instead of just tracking like whether or not an item is being carried, we may have to actually like see what item is being carried. So like I guess nerd carried would be the more appropriate name for this. So then we kind of just do this, I suppose. Yeah. Also realizing I'm a little like low on the screen right now. Hang on. Why am I like so low on the screen? That's odd. Won't even let me like drag myself around either. Like on my V2 studio. Oh well, that's fine. I won't get distracted by that. Okay, so um yeah, I think this is probably fine for a signal. So then when we call this, we call carry item. I believe, yeah, so why do I like, I'm trying to find where I actually like call this like carry item script. Um This is really odd. I can't find this. Oh, hang on. It's here. I don't know why it didn't show it before. I could have sworn it didn't show it before. That's really odd. Okay, whatever. We have it now. This is... Okay, here we go. Messenger dot nerd carried equals self. So give a reference to this item. Yep. So then, because we're giving it a reference to that, we can now connect a switch item. Like, what do I call it? It shouldn't be replace item, it should be switch item. So yeah, we go to... We go switch item. And we do switch item like this. Okay, right, and it's not declared yet. Switch item. Just pass this for now. Okay, so then what we check for is so I guess we'd basically check, okay, if the nerd carried equals itself, we would do a place item like this. Oh, it needs like the arguments too, right? All right, if it's being broadcast from here, then it needs the switch item nerd underscore nerd. I'm gonna make it an underscore just to be safe. Underscore nerd underscore slot. So then we'd need to pass in the slot that we need to place it in. Place it in this slot. Then we do an elif if slot is equal to inventory slot. Oh, game maker habits. Then we do carry item. Yeah. So then that would carry this. I think so. I think that would work. So then all we'd need to do is add this to the, I guess, the states. So this should essentially account for like every given state. Is sort of the idea. So if there is an item carried, okay, hang on. If there is an item carried and an inventory slot, current item does not equal inventory slot. Okay, so that means, yeah, it would have something in it. I believe that's what that means. So then we'd emit not just inventory slot, but we'd also emit messenger dot nerd carried with that. So if there is an item being carried, it's clicked this. So this is if it clicks any given button. It's like, okay, if the item, if you clicked this button, there is an item being carried, but this is not a free slot. Then we switch the item. What this is. So then, like that broadcasts this. Basically, this should work. I'm pretty sure. Okay, it did not work. It has placed them both in the same item slot, which is odd. It shouldn't be able to do that, but let's see. Oh, this should be nerd here. If nerd equals self. See if that fixes it. There we go. Oh, okay, never mind. It's fucking broken. Of course. Alright, okay. That sucks. So yeah, it works once. Or twice. Let me look at this again, like, a bit more closely. So we can spawn in a bunch of fish. That works, but the moment you click on it again, it stops working. Two fish in the hand means big snack, indeed. However, we don't want to allow that for the sake of the game. So that's rough. I am in shambles. I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to deal with this. So let's look at this code-wise. So yeah, this is if there is an item carried. So does switch item. I think maybe this is the problem. Is with setting that an item is no longer carried. So it's essentially like a frame order thing. So like, if it carries the item first, then when it places the item into the slot, it is setting item carried to false, even though we're carrying an item. So we need an additional clause here. If messenger dot nerd carried. Oh, I didn't spell this correctly. Dot nerd carried equals self. Then only under that condition do we set this. Like, reparenting this is fine. Setting the current item is fine. And then I guess... Then we do like messenger dot nerd carried. We'd actually set this to null? Is that something we can do? So basically just trying to proof this a bit further. in case these both get called on the same frame. I'm hoping this just fixes the issue somehow. That's what I hope for. Okay, that's promising. So it's promising that we can just switch them now. Look at that. Hell yeah. We're switching items. Alright. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, and this... We have made progress. We have not stagnated because the issue with the previous system is that if you did like this, like adding it to the first slot, and then you switch these around directly, it wouldn't correctly register that this is the new first item. So it now actually does register that. Which is good. That's really good. So this actually does seem to account for all of these scenarios. So that's really good news. Honestly. Now, there are still things we need to do though. So I'll update the objective. I fucked something up. Uh-oh. Okay. Lost audio for a minute, swapping from PC to mobile. Okay, yeah, that's all good. Go right on ahead. You hearing me again? Nice. Good to hear. Okay, so we got item switching working. That's good. So we need to get item stacking working now. That's the idea. So to do that, I guess what we'd have to check for in switch item is okay. So it'll check the currently, or what was the carried node. And in doing that, it can check its data. Okay, I have an idea. So if slot equals, basically instead of carrying the item, we basically do an additional check if node is equal to, God, what is it? Oh, if node dot item data dot item ID? Oh god, hang on. What is it again? If we go to, oh, the item data dot, yeah, it should be item ID, right? Oh, hang on. It's doing that because it's an if statement. Okay. I just see I just see an error and you know, my fight or flight activates. It's all okay, actually. I just needed to put this here. The item ID equals self dot item data dot item ID. I realize putting self there is probably redundant, but we'll do it just in case. Because this is obviously one of my first times using Godot for a game. So I may as well be a little bit safe. So if it's the same item ID, then basically we do nerd dot item data dot item amount, I believe it is. Yeah, item amount equals itself plus self dot item data dot item amount. So add or stack items, and then we do an else, which this should be here, and otherwise we carry the item. So we do like that. And then apart from that, we just need to delete this instance, which I don't actually know how to do that yet. Should be simple. Godot delete instance. To delete a nerd, oh god. Nerds and scene instances. Queue free. Okay, this is really odd. Apparently, instead of destroy or delete or anything like that, it is self.queueFree? Deadass? That is like the most unintuitive instance destruction function I have ever seen, if that's true. That's actually it. That actually deleted the instance. Yeah, that's really dumb. I've never seen something phrased like that. Like, every other language I've ever used, it's something like destroy. But here they call it queue free. It's so odd. Well, we have item stacking working. That's the good news. Yeah. Item stacks. Oh god. You got caught by the, I don't know if you use FFC, but you probably saw on like the chatter boy. Oh god. Sorry. I should probably take that one away. I feel like having an FFC that's Pog and it says I am stupid is probably a little bit mean. I am sorry about that. Oof. You think it's funny? I'm glad you think so. At least. I just feel kind of bad about it, but oof. But in better news, like this item stacking does work. There was a streamer who turned KW into I'm an idiot. Yeah. That's the one that I've actually seen more often, except I actually love KW. So I didn't want to do that one. I actually just have like straight up KW in this chat. I am on the side of KW, but not on the side of Pog. Loved to spam that emote and didn't even like it. That's understandable. Yeah. Now another thing here, I don't think we're gonna have a stack limit, to be honest. Because like, even if we go into something really big like this, like 121 is like pretty high. I don't know if y'all want to sit here and watch me stack up 1,000 of these. But I think this looks fine no matter what. Is essentially what I'm getting at. Use Merslings ironically. Should get fish infinite. Yeah. Should get to fish infinitely, exactly. And like, look, it's the sort of thing where if someone's really gonna sit there and get to like... Because you need to get to like 10,000 fish in order for this number to start like breaking out of the item box. Like, if someone's gonna actually go through the effort to catch like 10,000 fish just to break the item box, like, you know what? Like, let them do that. I'm clicking as fast as I can, I swear. I just want to test the upper limit on this. No, it's like, why stop them? At that point, they're basically asking to create an issue. You know, like, that's not something you can just run into accidentally. Yeah, let them get the pride of it, exactly. God. Okay, I think we're nearly at enough. Make it an achievement if this ever goes on Steam. It probably won't, but I mean, really depends, because I know that like Hololive has like reached out to fan game creators in the past to put their games up. So like, I don't know if obviously here it's a bit too early, but if they like the final result, then like, yeah, I probably could. Yeah, you're a freak who fished till the item box, bro. See, like, even 1,000, like 1,000 doesn't really pose a problem. Need like 10,000. Dented rusted trophy, yeah. So anyway, that's good. We got item stacking working. So I don't remember exactly what my next objective was. Let me look. Like, I think I assembled documentation for what I'd have to do next. Oh, okay, I remember what I needed now. So currently... Okay, so we're gonna do item stack splitting. So you know how in like Terraria or Minecraft you can like right click to get like, or to sort of take from a stack? if that makes sense. Yeah, so I basically want to have something like that. Currently, right-clicking doesn't do anything. And there's no way to separate stacks. So we're gonna have to do that. Now the first issue is capturing right mouse input. To allow birth, left click. Okay. Inventory is a way more work than you realized. Yeah, I mean, part of it is just because, like, once again, I'm like new to Godot. Like, that's part of why this has taken so much work. Like, I've made an inventory system before. And like even I've even made like more complicated ones. Yeah, once you do it once, you can just reuse the card. Yeah, pretty much. Um, but yeah, a lot of my problems are self-induced. Like, I'm sure someone who's better at this than me could like get this working in like an hour. Like, no jerk. Like the entire inventory system working in like an hour. Because like there really isn't that much in terms of like actually writing stuff out. Like this is kind of the longest bit of code. Is like here. But even this isn't like a ton, you know? Like, all of this is pretty straightforward. I guess anyway. So I guess in order to get item splitting working, I guess the first course of action. Oh, I see part of the issue. So I currently have this as mouse left or right. This is the wrong button that I'm looking at here. The correct button should be if I go into should be items inventory slot. This is the button that should have mouse right enabled. So now, yeah, you can see that I can click right click. Or actually, no, you can't see that. It's not on screen yet. Okay, so this is right click. Right click currently does the same thing as left click. So now we need a way to distinguish these. Like I can click both left and right here. Yeah. Practice everything it's supposed to, you just don't know all the commands and stuff yet, so a lot more research time. Yeah, that and that was a lot of like the first like 1 or 2 streams was a lot of just like looking at tutorials. I now feel like I'm in a much better place where, you know, like I've been working at this for like almost 50 minutes now, or probably closer to 40 minutes. I haven't had to look up like really any tutorial yet. The only thing I've had to Google was how to destroy an object. So yeah. Now, speaking of which, I do need to look up how to distinguish a left and right click. Godot, left or right. Right click. Create a custom instance of a button. Okay. So we have something we can do. Okay, so we need to connect a new control function, which is a GUI input. And then we need to replace all of this. I basically copy and pasted this. Indented block after if. But I do have an indented block after if. Excuse me? Okay, let's put brackets here just to be sure. Okay, that's not doing it for some reason. Dude, I swear, there is an indented block after if. Okay. Do this. Pass. What? Oh, it's for this. Okay, that red was deceptive. Oh, hang on. Still doesn't work. Pause error. Do I have to just get rid of these? Okay, this is weird. I think I'm gonna have to, like, copy this in manually. Oh, button left. Mouse button. Okay. So they changed the names of the variables. That makes sense. So then we can do, like, a print left or right. Now, I'm actually gonna have to look at stream for this. So if you look at my mouse, basically, because, like, the game window appears on my side a bit quicker than it does on stream, what you'll be able to see here is if I left or right click the button before it appears on stream, you should still be able to see the Godot editor, and it should pop up with left and right in the console. Oh. Never mind. Event dot pressed. Let's see. So it seems they changed that. What is... yeah, hang on. The game crashed. So... input event mouse button. Let's see what we get when we look that up. Pressed. Oh, hang on. So these are supposed to be indented in here. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, I see on the stream that it actually does show up with left or right, depending on which one I click it with. So that's good. That means we can distinguish left and right clicks now. Now, I do wonder what the order of this is. Because we could run into an issue if this runs before this, for instance. Or, sorry, if this runs before this, then we're not actually getting a correct update on that. Like, if this runs first, then we'd never get anything from this, and that becomes an issue. So, I guess... like, we should probably check this and get, like, a print... like, on pressed run. So we'll be able to probably determine... okay, so it prints one off the other, so it... okay, it does distinguish them fast, that's good. Now, the only problem with this... notice is that it... oh god. It only registers unpressed when I lift the mouse button. So I don't know if that could be done to do, like, something weird. Like, let's try... yeah, like, see how... if I Alt F4 this, you can actually right and left click before this ever runs. Before this runs. Which probably isn't an issue, honestly. Like, I don't know, it feels kind of weird, but it's probably not actually a problem. Just because, like, if someone were to do that, then that probably, you know, whatever the second input is probably what they were trying to do anyway. At least in my opinion. That's probably what that means. I do wonder if I change the button to be on button press instead, does that break anything? Okay, so if I do that, doesn't cause any issues per se. It might honestly be better to have it set up like this anyway. Hmm. Like, I think having it be on pressed is fine. Now, the only weird thing is that for some reason, it doesn't do that for right clicks. Like, it doesn't defocus on right clicks. Just really odd. I don't really know why. Like, really, any press should be like a defocus, but I don't know. For now, just to be safe, let's do it on button release. Like this. Although I wonder if, does this have like the same issue? So like you can click on empty slots, but it'll defocus it. Oof, that's really odd. For some reason, it almost treats right click like a turbo button. Like, it counts this as still being pressed, like, even if I... Like, it's hard to describe, but basically, once I have this held down, I can move this anywhere else, and it'll still count it as held down once I go back over here. Well, that isn't the case here. Like, here, like, even if I lift the left click, it'll, like, stay focused. It's hard to describe, but it's odd. I don't think it's even necessarily a bug. Like, it's not even, like, a gameplay bug. Like, it's just a weird styling thing. I don't really like it. So, like, I can live with that. I just don't really like it. You know? Yeah, like, it just kind of looks a bit weird. But I won't worry about that too much for now. Yeah, I kind of gotta just be happy with it. I mean, like it's a game jam game. Like, what do you expect, right? Like, I could spend hours here trying to perfect that, or I could just move on to something more, like, more important. Hmm. So now that we can distinguish left and right inputs, we're gonna need a variable to track this. Mouse input equals I guess we could like just we could just leave this as is. Most recent mouse button used. Of like mouse input equals mouse button left. And here we do equals mouse button right. So then we just check which was done. So this trying to think. So this is like this is fairly straightforward. We just do if mouse input equals like mouse button left. And then we only do any of this if it's mouse button left. So this is every left input. Every left mouse press action. Oh. So now if I run this, it should now register these differently. Yeah. So even if I right click, it doesn't do anything. Oh, I know why it has like that weird issue. It's because like right click doesn't take away the focus of this. Doesn't defocus it. But if I left, it defocuses it. That's interesting. I'll note that down for later. Ice. Indeed, ice. Yeah, I'll note this down for later. Right clicking does not always take button focus. Hence the style differences between left and right clicks. Okay, I have now noted that down for later. Okay. Yeah, new data point acquired, exactly. So now we have to do the same thing, but for every right input. Although thankfully there should be less right inputs than left inputs. Because, like, I think, for instance, if there is no item being carried... Okay, here we go. This is, like, the main one we want. Because this effectively... This is effectively what should happen if we right-click an item stack. And this is where we want to split it. Now, the only issue is how do we get it to immediately pick up? Like, because if we're splitting a stack, that means we basically need to duplicate that item. Like, it needs to create a carbon copy of itself. Okay, hang on. There might be an easier way to do this, actually. Gdur duplicate nerd? Let's look at this. Work copy script variables correctly. Oh. Preload instance. Oh. Simple duplicate function has to be able to tell. It's not always obvious. Preload. Okay. This is a little bit complicated, but I understand what must be done. I think. So we need to emit a new signal called split item, right? Split item in slot. We need a messenger signal called split item slot. I should comment these as well. So split off one item from the stack and carry it. This is switch to different items. Click at all. Is initially carried. Which item nerd. Then this is whenever an item is placed in a slot. Save this. And then here, we need to add messenger.connect split item split item split item not defined. That's fine. So then we need to define this here. Func split item underscore slot. We do if im slot. Hang on, if. We do if in slot equals underscore slot. Yeah, if underscore slot equals im slot, then that means we match, so split this item. So we need to preload itself, which that's obviously a little bit of a pain in the ass. Can you do like load self? Hmm. Alright, sorry for the silence. I'm trying to look a bit more into this. Since obviously Godot is having a problem with the current way I'm trying to do this. So, like, one of the forum responses I saw was that is a duplicate function, but it's bugged. But that was also 6 years ago. So, like, I'm interested if it's been fixed since then. Hmm. Preload self? Hmm. Okay, so that doesn't work either. Can you get an object path? Get nerd. Nerd path string? Hmm. Alright, let's look at this. Get resource path. Okay, this is odd. Get tree current scene file name. Apparently this is a thing. Must be a constant string. What if we make it not? Quite possibly that could work. Since apparently this... Like, this gets the current tree in the current scene. Or, okay. It looks in the tree, gets this scene, I suppose? And then gets its file name? Yeah, okay, so I suppose it looks in its tree, so in this tree for this scene, it'll get the file name of this. Okay. Except this is in the item, but, you know. Like, this will get this file name, it'll instance, or it'll instantiate it. What if we just make this really long and say inst equals lord this, and then instance it. And then this is where we can execute instance dot carry item. It's dot carry. Except you can't do that. So we're gonna need another function here. I mean, first let's set inst dot. This is the part of coding you hated dealing with. That's understandable. Yeah, I like when things just work, but that is very clearly not the case here. So inst dot item data dot item amount equals 1. And there is another problem here we need to deal with as well, which is if item data dot item amount So this is required for signals. So we need a function carry item I guess we'd name this like force carry item. And we'd basically just move all of this here. Unindent this. Put in force carry item into here. Oh, but then I guess trying to do the things you want when you learned all the new tools. Like when you know the commands and systems to do things, learning them is a pain though. Yeah. I absolutely agree. I mean, really, for me, in general, like, I am definitely more of, like, a designer anyway. Force carry item. So, like, programming in general is something that, like, I kinda struggle to have fun with. Less than or equal to 1. We would do force carry item. Else, we'd do all of this. Is essentially what we're looking at, right? And I think this is also part of this. Sort of. Yeah. So otherwise, we do item data dot item amount minus equals 1. So if there's nothing being carried, let's just look at this. Okay, so that doesn't do anything. Fuck. Invalid get index file name on base control. Is file name a thing? Nope. Hmm. Problem here is we need to get... Like, we would need to get the file path. Which, like, I guess there's a way to do that. Okay, hang on, let's add a function for this. So if we have inventory manager, okay, hang on, let's not do that actually. Try changing. Alright, let's try changing this out. Edited scene route? One of the forum posts said that that may work. Okay, no. That in fact did not work. Which gives a difficult situation. We're gonna need to move some of this, I feel. Like, we're gonna need to move this, because otherwise everything is gonna need to get a reference to the inventory manager. And that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Quite frankly, I don't want to deal with. Because, like, this is something we can do. Like, here. But I don't exactly feel good about just copying and pasting that. What item path? Oh god. Is this a totally new variable that I declare here? That's not good. Okay, well that's another issue I just potentially fixed. Item data.item ID. Now, the only problem with this is that this still needs this initial item path. Like, first I want to make sure this works at all. Is the main thing. So let's Let's see if this works. Nope. Invalid get index current item. Nil. Hmm. So moving this has apparently created some problems. I probably should have made a new... I probably should have pushed my old stuff before attempting to add the splitting. That probably would have been a good idea. Yeah, because I don't know what to really do about this. And let's try something here. Okay, that still doesn't quite work. Yeah, I feel like this isn't going to do what we need it to do. That forces carry item. Oh, I see. I gotcha. Okay. If im slot does not equal null. There we go. Okay, we're almost there. Hang on. You gotta go to bed? That's all good. I appreciate you being here anyway. You wake up extra early tomorrow. Yeah, that's all good. I do want to quickly show this though. So you can add them and you can right click, but it doesn't create a new item. Like it's just invisible. So that's really strange. Um, we'll have to look into that. But yeah, leaving stream on your phone for luck, I appreciate that. Thank you as usual for coming along and all that. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Hope everything goes well with the sleep and all that. Yeah. Bye bye. Hmm. Like I'm wondering why it just shows up invisible. Is the thing. Like that's really odd to me. By all means, this should instantiate the item correctly. Okay, hang on, let's try something. So like if we right click it when it's at 1, that works fine. It's only when we right click something when it's not at 1 that things start to go awry. There's something else we could try. Rather than calling this from here, we could call this from the inventory manager. Now I am just trying to think about how I would do that. So I feel like what could work is like if we change the way that add item works, right? Like, alright. Oh, so by the way, in 15 minutes, I'm going to briefly pause the programming to react to a new thing that Hololive has like announced. Yeah, so apparently in 15 minutes we could be getting like a new Hollow EN generation video. And like I don't think I'll be able to show it on stream, but I will still react to it live in whatever capacity I can. Like I'll post the video in chat when that's happening. So just as a heads up, we will be taking a look at that soon-ish. So I think what we do here, right, is we split this further into a function called create item node. And we take in an item ID, an item amount, and item carried, which is a boolean. And essentially, we just copy all of this into here. And we'll correct all of that in a second. Okay, so then we comment out all of this. Just for the time being. Then we would instead do, let's go create item node. Item ID, item amount, item carried. Okay, so item ID, item amount, and then carried is false. Right? So like by default, basically do this. Now, first empty slot is an issue here. Okay, hang on. Maybe we do slot, like underscore slot. Then what we actually do replace all of this with slot. Right? And then we only do any of this. Increment item amount if needed. And only if slot is defined will we do any of this stuff. Otherwise, what we do instead is we just set instance.force carried or force carry item. Like that. Yes. So then, what we do is that instead of bothering with any of this bullshit, we do... What we do is we have a signal create split item slot maybe we create a split item with an item ID, right? Creates the split item from the stack, right? Then we emit the signal, which we can do by... I probably shouldn't get rid of this straight up. We can split the signal, or we can do the signal by doing... Okay. We do... create split item, emit item data dot item ID. And then by doing that, create the split item. We can then hook this up. Create split item. Create split item like this. Then we do function create split item with an item ID. It doesn't need an item slot or an item amount because it'll just be one and it'll just be carried like as is. We do create item nerd item ID 1 null. So, if all of this is correct, which so far it seems good, we can do this, we can do that, do all of the normal stuff that we normally can, including this stack. We can move shit around. Okay, right-clicking does not do anything. You know, that's fine. That's probably better than it crashing. split item. Create split item, emit ID. Inst.force. Okay, so this should work, but it's not. That's really odd. Split item if slot equals in slot. Match, so split this item. Now let's... Okay, so we can still right click singular things, right? But then when I do this, it doesn't let me do anything. Create split item. Create split item. Emit item data dot item ID. Print I am running. Let's just make sure that that runs at all. Okay, so it runs it. It does print I am running. So we can still have that. Like, we can still minus our item amount. Create split item is linked to create split item. Item node, item amount. So it should be force carrying that item. Okay, hang on. We're gonna watch the thing I was talking about before. Currently, I think they are probably... like, counting down right now. Now, let's pause Spotify quickly. Where is this? Oh, okay. I think I missed it. Um... Okay, hang on. Alright, let me look at this video. Apparently this was 5 minutes ago, so we kind of missed it. That's alright. Yeah, I just want to quickly watch this. I'll post it in chat, and I'll tell you when I start it. Alright. So we go in 3, 2, 1, click. Okay. Investigation. Okay, got the team justice. Okay, cool. Oh, she has a 3D model already. Or, is that a 3D model or just a really good 2D model? Okay. What's with the god eyes? Violinist. 4 wide-eyed agents descend to Earth to restore justice to the world. Yeah, this shit is really cool. Alive English Justice. Okay, so that's the 21st. Nice. Okay, cool. That's really cool. So we actually are getting EN Gen 4. That's nice. Alright. Oh, very, very cool. I want to take like a second look at that. I could have sworn that the first one was like a 3D model. It really, like the first one, as incredible as it is, like the first one really gave me the vibe that it was a 3D model. But no, I think that actually is just a 2D model. Okay, so we've got... Let me see if I can pull this up on stream, actually. Like, I won't have the audio on. Like, let's have a quick look at... Have a quick gander at this, right? Which, I don't know if... I probably need to hide Godot, right? Or do I? You officially have you on while you work. Welcome. I'm currently trying to get YouTube to capture, but it is not. Why is this not visible? Like, I swear, I have everything. Turn down the music just a little bit. That's okay. Just a tiny bit. Okay. Is that better by chance? I'm really trying to get YouTube to show, but it weren't. Please? You're in chill mode while you walk. That's understandable. I mean, you can almost definitely tell by now, but I am personally more of like, like I need energetic music to work, you know? Alright, I need to like redo my YouTube capture. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm looking at briefly. We're taking an intermission to look through this. Since Hololive has announced a new generation. You have lo-fi playing on your TV and me playing in your ear. That's understandable. But yeah, so I just wanted to give this a quick look. So we have Elizabeth Rose Bloom? I believe that is. Elizabeth Rose Bloom. We've got Gigi. Gigi Murine? Murine, I think. I believe so. Yeah, cute model, for sure. I kind of like, if we go back to her. I like that she has this, like, a Herge through the hood. That's, like, pretty interesting. I wonder what, like, animal she is, because she has animal ears. Like, And, like, this doesn't give any hints, kinda. There's no audio if that's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm not playing the audio right now. I just more or less wanted to look at the visuals. The audio, there isn't, like, much to analyze anyway, it's mostly just backing music, so... Yeah, you just noticed the Herge, yeah. It's really cute. It's kinda silly, it is kinda silly. But that's the great thing about it, right? But yeah, I don't know what creature this is, but I'm interested to find out. This to me gives me the vibe of a bird. Like, if you see my cursor, like this little doodle thing. But that wouldn't make a ton of sense, because then, like, where are the ears coming from? Like, not quite sure. Like, maybe they aren't even ears. Maybe they're just... Maybe it's just hair, but then you look at the hood, and the hood is ears. So, like... You like the teeth the most? Yeah, the fangs are good as well. Yeah, for sure. Alright. Then we've got this. Which, this is really cute. This kind of gives me, like, similar-ish vibes to Koyori from, like, the JP side. I mean, really, in general, like, a lot of these give me, like, Genshin Impact vibes, or, like, Honkai Star Rail, like, that kind of character design. Like, I think it's, like, there's a character, I think it's, like, Yae Miko from, like, one of those games that sort of has, like, a similar hairstyle and, like, hair color. And, like, of course it's distinct. And we also get animal ears here as well, which I have to assume this is... Okay, it says Panthera. This kind of gives me the vibe more of, like, a Serval. But I guess if her name is Panthera, then, like, that's pretty cut and dry. Like, if you look in the corner here, you can kind of tell. The artist with the god eyes. That's pretty cool. The glosses are interesting. I like the goggles. I like this, like, white section. Like the belts as well. All really cool. And then this is the one that I'm honestly the most interested in, because she has doll joints. That's really interesting. We have a doll. A doll VTuber in Hololive. It is long overdue, honestly. And like she even has like this little like wind up crank thing. So that's really cool. The ancient automaton. Really cool. Really, really cool. Cecilia Immigreen. Okay. Yeah, so she's like doll joint automaton. Like that's really, really cool because the next closest thing in Hololive is like Roboco, who's like an android or like a robot. But like sometimes I feel like Roboco goes a bit like, I mean, not to like diss Roboco's design or anything, but like sometimes it feels like Roboco doesn't have like enough that distinguishes her as like a robot character. Because like she is mostly just human looking. So like I really, really like the doll joints here. Like it really kind of sells the design. So, and of course like the color scheme of like the white and green is really good as well. Reminds me a lot of Mint, like Mint Phantom. Yeah, this is all really cool stuff. So I wonder if we go back here, we can get a bit more of like an overall like, you know, portrait of these. There's a character that this really reminds me of, but I it's on like the tip of my tongue, but I can't quite think of it. Like, I know obviously there's like the Xenoblade 2 character, but like there's another one that I'm thinking of. That I got like kind of similar vibes with. Like especially with like the gloves and the hood. Then we got more of like a side look. Once again, you can kind of see like the ball joint thing here. That's really cool. Has like a lance. That's cool. Not really much to see here. Um, God, did the eye change color there? Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe V from League. Let me look this up. That might be who I'm thinking of. Let me. I mean, I'm gonna have to hide YouTube for a second. Is it V from League? No, it's not V. Um, I guess I won't worry about that too much for now. So her eyes change color. That's interesting. And then you've got this, which is like very like Genshin Impact in my opinion, but which isn't a bad thing, you know. Like mostly because of the sword. Like the sword here is kind of crazy, but I like it. Yeah. The Monauder. It kind of does give like Monauder vibes, yeah. Interesting. But yeah, so apparently 21st. Really, really cool. Let's get Godor. back up. Yeah, really, really cool. I'll have to look more into that later in terms of like the debut times. Alright. Now, where were we? Alright. So currently we can try and right click. It does take away the item. Oh god. Maybe it's not positioning it correctly. Okay, now the game is just straight up crashed. Okay, that's worrying. Hmm. Instant force carry item. Force carry item does position lock equals false. It's like it should emit this, which is received here. It runs split item. Runs create split item. Runs create split item. Or it signals that. Passing in this item ID. Okay, is this a scene problem, perhaps? No, because both of them have that data linked. Hmm. So, like, that should create it, right? Like, we have this, it's connected to create split item. Create split item passes in the item ID. Sets the amount to 1. And sets the slot to null. It loads the file. Let's try printing this. Print item path. This should help diagnose the issue. Okay, so that's... like, it has the correct file path. It loads it. Okay, maybe we print the item amount as well. Print item amount, or string item amount. Like that. Okay, why is the debugger going crazy? Errors. Error calling add item. Weird. Okay, hang on. Expected 0 arguments. Emit signal. Position in slot. Direct item movement.gg. Position in slot. So, like, the editor goes crazy if I try adding some more stuff. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 2. Oh, hang on. Add item, error calling. Dude, can it just show me the entire error, please? Instead of, like, trying to leave me on edge. Position in slot. Okay, hang on, hang on. Method expected... Oh, okay, hang on. So add item uses an item ID and an item amount, which isn't being used here. Position in slot call. Reposition the fish in its new inventory slot. So there's a mismatch in arguments right now. Can we just set this to like null, null? Is that something we can do? Like just ignore this and set it to null, null? Because like who cares? Like it doesn't even use these variables for anything. Okay. So that seems to make the debugger less angry at me. Delta is never used in the function. Prefix it with an underscore, underscore delta. So these are just warnings. Was used but never assigned a value. Item ID. Item amount. Prefix it with an underscore. Okay. Well, inst2 was used but never assigned a value. That's fine. We can get rid of this. Unassigned variable. Where? Oh, right. That's just for that. Never used in process. That's fine. Okay. We fixed a bunch of things. Kinda. Now, the only problem is that didn't fix the issue we were actually dealing with. Which is that we're picking up this item. We're trying to get it to carry. But it just won't. And I have no idea why, to be honest. Just found where all the space on your PC is going. Where is it going? Spill the tea. It's your clips you have saved. That's understandable. Although what? You have so many full resolution 5-minute clips on your computer. That makes sense, yeah. Sort of reminds me of how, like, I have to like download my VODs in order to re-upload them to the YouTube archive. And so that ends up taking up a lot of space for me, personally. Create split item. Emit item data. Item ID. Create split item. Is it at a null slot? You have to take off your headset? That's all good. I understand. So like okay, hang on. Can add this, right click. Has the correct number, it has the correct item to add. So I think maybe we just have to add it to like maybe we just have to add it to a slot. Because I think that's the problem, is that we're not adding it as a child of anything. Of like any inventory slot. And so I think what we need to do is we need to just do this. Like, we need to parent it to something. 60 gigabytes of Overwatch clips. Free to over 120 gigabytes in like 2 minutes. I'm so proud of you. You actually, you looked through your computer and found the issue. And I am so sorry to hear that you play Overwatch. uh, dude, I could never, to be honest. Overwatch slaps. You take that back. Um. What if I just added this as a child of inventory manager? It's like, I think this is essentially inventory manager, right? Now, what if we just added that and called it a day? Does that allow us to do anything? Nope. Ah, it has to be an inventory slot. God damn it. The VODs you have are over 100 gigs? Damn. That's fucked. That is seriously fucked. Well, speaking of seriously fucked, could we potentially split item, emit item ID? What if wait. Oh, that okay, so that's create split item. Item ID slot. We do inv slot. We save this. It's going to emit that. Then here, like we linked it to there. You underscore slot. God damn it. Okay, what if we added an additional argument here? We just add a carried. We do false. And here we do true. And then we basically check is carried. If it's not carried, then it'll do all of this. If it is carried, then we instead just add it as a child. That's probably fine. Famous lost words. Oh, thank God. Y'all aren't gonna believe this. It actually worked. We can create as many different fish as we want. Yippee. That seems to all just work. So if I do all of this, and can I like set it up like this? Yeah, okay. Okay, now we're cooking. We're cooking. So we have item stack splitting kind of working. But you want to know what's even funnier than this? What's even funnier and what's gonna possibly drive me even more insane is that we now have to make this work for being able to split multiple of them. Pain. So now, god damn it. We now need to make it so that if there is an item being carried, we need a different signal called attempt split item. We need a new signal. Yet another item from the stack and carry it. Some of these VODs you have are over 100 gigs. Yeah. Okay, I already read that, sorry. I'm getting distracted. And also kind of losing it. Excuse me for that. All good. Maybe it is not all good. Maybe you're locked in right now so you can't chat much. That's understandable. Yeah. By all means, if you have to just lurk, that's fine. Don't feel like you have to respond to anything that I say. It's like, as a streamer, I just say things, and if anyone is here to talk about it, then cool. If not, cool. Like, I do not expect a response. You're good. So I think this is good background noise while you got stuff done. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. Alright. My rambling is great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that my rambling can be kind of useful at times. Okay, so I'm gonna push this to GitHub. To start of item splitting works. This is why I created a repository in the first place, was so that I could push stuff to it. Which essentially means that this is backed up now. We have this as a version. Which means now I can be a bit riskier. You remember. Nice. You forgot and then you remember. Good. So... Wait, what if... What if we take away this attempt split item? What if we take away this and we just check for this in split item? And then we do an elif. Whoops. I forgot if I read this. Launching VOD Studio for the 4,000th time in 2 days. Yeah, that's totally good. Oh yeah, I did see like a bit of I do remember you talking a bit about like your upcoming debuts and all of that. Really exciting stuff. And once again, if you are busy, I do not expect you to respond. Feel free to continue working. But I am excited for it. It's really cool stuff to see. You can show me the emotes if you want. I mean, that's up to you. Yeah, totally up to you. Like, I'm figuring you don't... Like, you would just mean, like, over Discord and, like, not... I wouldn't show them, like, on stream, obviously. But yeah, it is up to you. I'm down to look at them. You only have a few, but you're happy with them? That's good. Yeah, okay. We do an elif here. If item data, or if item data dot item ID is equal to messenger dot, what's it called? Sent? Okay, hang on. Let me, okay. I want to make extra sure this isn't showing on stream. Let me give this a quick peek. Oh, okay. Yeah, these are cool. Very, very interesting. Obviously, I can't... You know, I also can't comment on, like, changes made. Like, in terms of... You know, like, obviously... You know, I was gonna try and find a way to explain it, but... You know, it's better if I don't. I'm not gonna risk revealing anything. But they are cool. I like those. I will not... I will not describe them in any detail. Yeah, very, very cool. Not an art guy yet, exactly. It is never too late to become the art guy. Nerd carry dot item data? Right? Which item nerd is currently being carried? Yeah, so that should be fine. dot item ID. You're actually meaning to ask about a program I used to draw? Fire, and I'm really good at it. So, admittedly, if you mean like for my higher resolution art, I actually use a free one called Fire Alpaca. Which I know it sounds dumb, but like genuinely, like it's pretty good as like like a lower, like more intermediate, like low to intermediate level like art program. Like it has pretty much everything you'd need for like emotes in particular. Except for animation. Like it doesn't have animation as far as I know. But like it still has, it has like brushes, it has layers, transparency, like it's got various other filters. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's basically like, I'd describe it as like a Photoshop kind of workflow without all of the blur, you know? With like way less features and way less of the blur of a Photoshop like. And like it's very intuitive, I'd say. So, yeah, it's definitely very cool. Send you a link when I get the chance. Yeah, by all means. Um, okay. So I may as well go do that now, actually. Now that I think about it. Let's see. But yeah, this is the one that I use. I just sent it to you. Yeah. Alright. Now, messenger dot we would just need to increment this, right? Like nerd carry dot item data dot item amount plus equals 1. Yeah, no problems. Glad I could help out. Then we'd also decrement this. Okay, here we're gonna need another if statement. As dumb as that is. If we're gonna need an if item carried else we would force the item carry on this item. Yep. If there's no item carried. Sorry, if there is an item carried. If you believe hard enough, then the code will work. Yes, exactly. My entire job as a game developer and programmer is to just pray that this works. Honestly. That is like half of the job. It is like pure magic. Okay, so we have item data. Item data dot item ID. Yep, so that accounts for this edge case. We would do messenger. All right, let's like label these just to be a bit. Made a maid outfit version of the model. Nice. Right on the texture, it looks so bad, but you love it. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, so you wanted the art program. If you want the art program that I used to make like the gun asset, which isn't usually what I'd use for like higher res art, but if you want that, like that's just a sprite, and like that can be gotten on Steam, but that one costs money. But you could just as easily do that on Fire Alpaca, if not easier, honestly. So like that's another option. But Sprite is more of like a pixel art focused program. It's just what I had in like my RBS scene, which is what like literally the sole reason I decided to use it. But yeah, that's another option. Need to make some assets for upcoming stuff. Nice. Okay, okay. I'm interested to see where that goes. This is stacking same item with only one left to stack. Begin a new stack. And then this is oh, sorry. This is just carry if there's only one left and no stack to add to. This is begin a new stack. And this is add to existing carried stack. So I guess begin a new carried stack. Or carried stack to add to. Yeah. So I realized you never asked me what game I'm trying to make, like what's the objective. So this is basically gonna be like a fishing crafting game in a way. So I see that you're saying the lyrics again, as usual. But Yeah, still, you'll like fish up fish, and then you craft them into some various cool things. Yeah. So it's gonna be inventory management, it's gonna be like basic crafting, and like fishing will be like the bulk of the gameplay. Which is funny when you consider I've spent so much time already trying to get the inventory working. But like the fishing genuinely won't be like the hard part. Not really RNG crafting. So the fishing minigame is gonna be somewhat like predetermined. It'll make more sense when we get to it. But essentially, like it's gonna be like an action fishing game, like fishing minigame. So you'll actually like control the hook while it's going down. And you can purposely like, you know, sort of choose what fish to catch, you know? Yeah, you remember the first inventory box and now I have a ton, exactly. I'm getting like pinged for something. Oh, I see. I see. It was you who pinged at me. It's funny. Good. And then we got self queue free. Right. I think this is correct. Such a good image. Yeah. It's pretty good. Fucking soul bad guy. The I know what you are. Oh my god, I just got it. Kinda. I guess it's also kind of a jerk on like the lyrics of this music as well. That's good. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I get it. I'm not like super like I don't know what you'd say like I'm not super well educated on the Guilty Gear lore, so it kind of went over my head at first. Yeah, yeah, I know the original with the dog. The I know what you are. Like I thought like just the edit was the entire joke there. In terms of like it just being like a kind of stupid image. This seems to work though, like this inventory management. That's good. Hell yeah. So I think this is basically as far as we have to go with like the inventory system. Like, I think this is actually good enough. Which means we can finally move on to other things. That's so exciting. Like, genuinely. Okay. Part of me is tempted to end stream just because we actually got the inventory working. But I'm gonna see, like, you know, is there other stuff I can do? Item splitting works now. Cool. I am pushing that. Alright. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, like take a quick bathroom break. But when I get back, we will start doing something else with the game, like some other system, hopefully. Which that will be really cool. So yeah, I'll be back shortly. Alright, I'm back. So let's do that. Okay, cool. That works. So we're gonna get our 2D movement working. So this is gonna be sort of like a side view game, like side scrolling game. So we need side scrolling? Side scrolling 2D movement. kind of derp there we both grinding. Yeah, true. I'm probably gonna move this. Starting out 6 or 4? I mean, hopefully. You know, honestly, like a couple of hours ago, or maybe like an hour ago, like I was so in the thick of the shit of trying to get the inventory working that I was almost considering like giving up on Godot and just remaking the entire thing in Game Maker instead. But we're good now, so we'll push through. There is no need to panic. We're gonna do this. So this is our inventory signals. Gonna create, I guess, inventory stuff. And this is gonna be 2D movement. Now, this should be a lot more simple, actually. UI is a very difficult thing, typically. And, like, especially an inventory system UI. Like, interactive UI. Yeah, very, very complicated thing. But, as long as we have this all working, should be fine. I'm also gonna take away this. Well, not take it away, but we'll comment it out. So that we're not spamming the console. So yeah, we can close that. And in objects, let's create a new folder. Gonna do 2D movement objects. Okay, I can't change the order of it apparently. Fair enough. And here we're gonna create a new scene. Gonna be a 2D scene. Seed name is going to be... I mean, I guess we need like a world scene, don't we? In fact, let's just drag that out of 2D movement. So we're gonna close all of this. Let us start with our brand new world. Wonderful. Remember when you look at the PNG of something and then go to save it and it says JPEG? Ah, that shit sucks. Yeah. I always just, like, honestly, you know, it depends on the context since you often need a PNG for like transparency and all of that. But like at times I will just literally take a JPEG, throw it into Aseprite, and just convert it to a PNG. Because I fucking hate JPEGs, to be honest. Like, I just don't like them. That's super, like... You know, it's like... That compressed, right? But, like... I don't know, I just feel like in the modern internet, at least on like decently like faster internet speeds, and I'm saying that as someone with Australian internet, like there really just isn't that much benefit to a JPEG versus like a PNG. Like really at that point, the only point where it can become like an issue is like I can understand why social media will like often convert perf to a JPEG because they have to store that all on a server, right? So, like I can understand that. But for like pretty much all other general uses, like a PNG is just always better. You know? So it pisses me off too. Not to worry. Yeah, that shit super sucks. Okay. Anyway, with that said, um, and I need to close that tab. We're gonna have to look at a tutorial. Woohoo. Gadar. 2D. We'll just take a 2D platformer. Okay, a lot of these are way too full on. I just want to know, like, how the collision works. That's all I need is just collision. Come on. What the hell is all this? Dude, none of this stuff is useful. I swear, I found like a very easy way to do collision in Ghidorah at one point. And yet I can't find it now. God damn it. Ugh. Hang on, did I ever, like, put this anywhere? God. Hmm. Maybe I, like, put this somewhere for future reference. I sure hope I did. Okay, I didn't. Well, that sucks. So now I'm gonna have to find another one. Maybe Godot input? Maybe just Godot 2D? I don't need top down. I swear I'm searching really hard for the tutorial that I that I first watched when I was trying to get Godot down. Hey, how every PNG website needs an account. Yeah, that's always just a pain. God. Holy shit, I think I found the tutorial I was looking for. Alright. Get out of here, cringe ads. Your cringe ads will not make me cringe today. Alright, let's pause Spotify for a bit. Pull up YouTube. Here we go. I'm gonna have this in the corner. Perhaps I should put this over here. I think if I go here, turn this on. Oh, that shows all of Chrome. If I do this, okay. There we go. And if we turn this YouTube audio on. Alright, so I should be able to... Alright, look at this. Gerdot. Yep, I gotcha, man. Actually, is this the correct tutorial? The one that I watched went into, like, walls and stuff. Okay, yeah, this isn't the right one, actually. Whoops. Okay, well... goodbye. Let's find the actual tutorial I was looking for. Oof. Um... Got what you needed? Nice. Alright, fine, let's just take a look at this. Alright. we have a different one to look at. It may or may not have been a jaw. Ichi. Please. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Alright, let's look at this tutorial instead. It's Schrödinger's jaw. Schrödinger's jaw. Wow. Okay, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. It is not showing me kinematic 2D nerd. I think they're talking about a character body 2D. They have the same icon. So I'm gonna assume that's what that means. Alright, hang on. So we need a collision shape 2D. Apparently this just doesn't exist yet. Okay, so we need a sprite. Sprite 2D. We can just use the icon for now, sure. Let's move all of this. Okay, I wanted to move all of it, but it won't let me, apparently. Nope, don't need that. Okay, hang on. Let's look at this. So, he never went into where to put this script, which is a little bit annoying. Oh, okay. So, we add it to the kinematic body. So what? First, I'm gonna make sure that this is actually scaled correctly. Like this. Yeah, that's good enough. Also, I gotta turn my aircon on. It's really hot. Give me a second. My mic is still off. Might be able to hear my cat purring. My cat's here. Hello, cat. Alright. Alright, cat, that's enough. So she added a bunch of spaces to this. How many did she add? Holy shit. Okay. Apparently a fuck ton. Let's just do that. File name is empty. Okay. We're gonna call this player movement. You're smacking his booty and so he bit you. That makes sense. Yeah, I get what you mean though. Cats do kind of enjoy that typically. In some way. At least from what I've seen. Yeah. Okay, let's create this. Holy shit, okay. Okay, maybe this isn't the right thing. Do we have a kinematic body 2D? Okay, there's nothing like that. Gonna need to quickly look up what says kinematic body 2D. Okay, so this is that's a 3.5 thing. Called character bodies. Okay. So yeah, I have the correct thing. It seems. Okay. Okay, hang on. Oof. Alright, goodbye, cat. Okay, so we need to create a constant up direction. I mean, we don't really need to have this defined, but may as well. Equals vector 2 dot up. Okay, makes sense. Speed is already in here. Jump strength is already kind of in here. We don't need a double jump. Gravity is straightforward. Right. Okay, well, they never defined what the floor is. So I'm gonna have to try and figure that out on my own, I guess. I assume... Okay, if we take this... Not wild, but everything else, let's move all of this, right? We move all of this. We add like another like collision shape, I guess. Collision shape 2D. Area 2D, rigid body 2D, okay. Reparent to a... God, what is it? A rigid body 2D, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Need to do that. Shape must be provided. That's all good. We can do that. No problems there. And then if we now do this, I believe we should now be able to collide. Oops, I forgot to set the default scene. And now Godot is gone because I Alt F4'd and I hadn't clicked into the game window yet. Okay, here we go. Let's run current scene. Okay, y'all didn't see that, but he went right through. So, yeah, that didn't work. Right, you know what? This sucks. Honestly, this tutorial sucks. It didn't even show like what counts as like a collision. So like whatever, we're done with that. So where do we go from here? I mean, we could hide. Yeah, epic tutorial fail, exactly. That explained like nothing. There are some simpler tutorials. I mean, honestly, I'm just not sure if I want to go, like, scraping through tutorials on stream, though. So, maybe what we do instead... We just... We get rid of this for now. Like, let's just remove this for now. The script should not exist anymore. Attach script. We're gonna delete all of this. All of it. Delete 2 nerds and any children, yes. So I think instead, there is still a couple of changes I can make to this scene. So if I go here... So that's where all of the items actually show up. If we run this... So what I kind of want to do is I want to create some like control indicators. Like just a couple of like basic labels. So that people know what they're doing in this menu. What pixel are we? We are exactly on the right pixel. Okay. Cool. Pick up stack right click click to pick up one item. Pick up item stack. This is probably a bit too far anyway. Yeah, we can have that there. Have label settings. We can set this to like 12. We're gonna have to like super worry about the size. As long as it is somewhat indicated. Okay, that's still probably a little too large on the screen. Hang on, cancel, don't do that. Okay, let's try and simplify this, like the terminology here. Pick up stack, pick up one. Like this, and then we can go even smaller here. Like maybe even down to like 10. Maybe that's better. You know, I'm okay with this. I can live with that. Left click, pick up stack. Right click, pick up one. Just as long as it's indicated somewhere. I can live with that. Um... So yeah, honestly, I don't know what else I could even do on stream then. Like, I could hypothetically, like, open up a sprite and try and, like, do some of, like, the fish sprites. And let's see. What else is there to add? So we need, like, a small fish, and I have an idea for what I could do for, like, a small fish. Um... We need like a more gray color. Like purplish gray. Okay. We need to make this fish a lot smaller. This is just gonna be a chunky little fish. Hmm. Maybe we do that. This is gonna be based off of Biju, or at least like, you know, the pebble motif. So maybe we do like this. Hell yeah. Um, like this, and then we just what does a pebble actually look like in terms of like Biju's stuff? Okay, so they're a bit lighter in color. Kind of more like this. And then this is like a lot more saturated. It's almost got like a more pinkish tint towards the bottom. Like a more light pinkish tint here. And almost like a more bluish color here. Maybe even more. I think that's fine. Yeah, okay. And this is gonna be kind of like more or less like. I'm trying to think of how I should shade this. Let me update the current objective too. Fish sprites. And give them like a little blush too. It's mildly horrifying. Maybe like... So it's a bit more pale. This is like a bit more saturated, honestly, or a bit lighter still. Honestly, at this point, I may as well just take the colors directly. It's not quite that bright. May need to just use black for this. Probably a bit better. Maybe we don't put the blush on this side due to the perspective. So then here we can sort of lighten this up a bit. I like that a bit better. I think that's reasonably good. May I have to adjust the placement of this? I think maybe that's a little better. Hmm. This is a lot more pink. I'm now noticing. I think this is fine though, overall. Let's just check. Yeah. Same amount of space on each side. Sorta. As much as we need, at least. So I need to save this in... Hold here. Need to save this. I call it Pebblefish for now. What else do we need? Oh, yeah, we need a catfish, actually. So yeah, I think we can just do 24 by 24. Although honestly, I may base this off of if I just hide a sprite quickly. It honestly might be better if I just base this off of this original fish that I made. So let's bring back a sprite. Let me look up what a catfish looks like. Where are the whiskers? Well, that bobs, whatever you want to call them. Okay, I sort of get the idea. So the top fin is a little, like, closer. The top flipper, I guess. Not really a fin. We probably shouldn't make it any... May need to expand it like this way. Gonna do that. Actually, I guess we don't have to, but... Something a little more like that. Their eyes are almost a bit like further back. What I can tell, at least. They've got sort of like a lure hanging, sort of whisker like this. Whisker as I call them, but not actually whiskers. They're a lot like more blue and darker in color, honestly. Like almost like that sort of color. Actually, no, this is... I shouldn't be replacing these like that. These are like the darker color. And this needs to be here. These are like just more of a white color, honestly. Like the underside. Weird. Of course, these are a little bit more like this. We're gonna give it cat ears just to really nail in that it's a catfish. Even if it may not necessarily make sense. Doesn't have to be 100% accurate. You know? And just to sort of bring it together a bit, we'll make the whiskers all white as well. Well, okay, maybe not white. Those are a bit too light. You know, we make them lighter. A little bit more, maybe? Maybe we just take this away? That makes it look a little bit like a mouse, honestly. How do we make this look more cat-like? Currently, this just looks like a mouse. Hmm. Maybe we like point this a bit better. Maybe we just give it really big kitty ears. I'm gonna merge this down, by the way. Like, maybe give it that kind of a thing. Maybe we take away these like bottom whiskers. Like, maybe we just stop caring about trying to make this like an actual catfish. We just make it into a cat. Hmm. It's like, it's also gotta have like these. Well, this sort of a fin going on. And I'm gonna save this, by the way. Okay, so this should be .a sprite. Got a bit of water as well. I haven't drunk enough water this stream, honestly. So we need to do this. Like, give it little fins. Not fins, little thingies like this, like little appendages, I suppose. Sort of make it like that, so it looks a bit more joined on. Maybe we raise the eye one more. Oh, misinput. Maybe we raise that like one more. Oh, that almost looks cat-like enough. Although I am gonna also change the color of it. Actually. There's an easy way we can adjust this, because I want it to be more orange. Or I want it to be orange, honestly. Okay, cancel. Let's select both of these. Do hue saturation. Do saturation value like this. And there we go. We have more cat-colored catfish. Now, of course, we can still make this even better. by sort of doing this. Let's move this over one. We have like this sort of a thing going on with the stomach. Yeah. That looks quite cat-like. Like, reasonably so. Maybe we can, like, make this a bit more tilted. Yeah, I feel like that's fine. Like, sort of tilting my head looking at this. Like, would this actually be better? I feel like technically that's where the eye would be, but it doesn't quite strike me as right. I think maybe we just don't worry about that. Then we can add like a little bit of this. We can make the ear that color as well. Hmm. Okay, I just want to check something really quick. Um. Oh yeah. What if we made it like a black cat sort of color? Like, just what if? What if we gave it like that? Like these kind of eyes? Oops. Like more of a brownish color for like the underbelly. I mean, bit hard to distinguish details, I guess is the main problem. Maybe we like turn up the contrast. Maybe we further do this. Sort of got like a more vibrant gray here anyway. That looks cat-like enough. Or if we could put like the eye slit. Nah. No chance. Go like less vibrant here. That's probably fine. Hmm. Nah, probably not with this fin. Just like the flipper. That's actually a good bit of detail there. It's like the pebble fish. This is catfish. I almost feel like this should have a little bit more detail on it. Let's make sure that we go and do that. Do it like a little bit of this sort of shading. I'm not super sure. Go like here. Still just feel like this one doesn't quite look right. This one's probably fine. Maybe we just do more like smooth shading like this. This one in specific. Maybe we introduce like a bit like limitation to the shading here. That looks a bit better. Just a bit though. Hmm. I feel like that's probably fine. Oh. All right. So I'm probably gonna end the stream there. That was on the longer side, I'm pretty sure. Been going for about 4.5 hours. Quickly export both of these out. Just so that it's easy and done. Pretty good. Okay. Gonna export this. And yeah, so let's shut that. So we are in fact done with inventory, which was the goal of today's stream. So that's pretty good. Bring back the Gadur capture to sort of recap. We can or here we can add items. We can right click to take items, create more stacks, populate their stacks automatically from left to right, top to bottom. Even put our new stuff in the way. It'll still do it correctly. Yep. Okay, so Alt F4 that. Make sure we save this. And we are gonna close Godot. Unsaved. Is this somewhere else? Eh, I don't know, probably not important. Unsaved. Where is the unsaved script? Oh, this. Yeah, we already need to care about that. Okay. We are not saving that script. And we are ending the stream. Alright, thanks y'all for coming along today. No, it was a little bit silent towards the end as I was focusing more on like art. I sort of got into the zone when it comes to like art and pixel art and all of that. So, was a fun time for sure. And I know exactly who we're gonna raid. We're gonna go. I do exclamation point raid. Let's go give him the old razzle dazzle. We're going to be giving that to Nizzy Day, who is currently playing Elden Ring. So very exciting. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow doing, working on the same game, like the same Game Jam game. Hopefully by then I'll have like basic 2D movement set up. Oh god, I'm tired. Yeah, hopefully by then we'll have basic 2D movement set up so that we can work more on the fishing aspect of the game. So yeah, guess I'll see you